All right. Hello, hello. It is that time once again to get some D's and D's in. So here's hoping they actually all leveled up. I'm gonna ask them in a sec. Um, but yeah, hello. How's it going? Episode 94. Look at us go. Look at us go. So I'm gonna get them rounded up in a sec. And yeah. Even though Discord's kind of crapping out, so give us an extra minute here. Okay, Discord is working again. Give us a minute. Almost ready. Sorry. Okay, all right. All right. Discord functional and stable. So, let's get this bad boy started. All right. All right. As I unmute. Who would like to do a recap?
Hmm.
Hmm?
Not me. Anybody else? I volunteer Neovara.
I did.
Let's get them in the scene.
I shall very hard on it.
Let me make sure it's good.
Real question is, my brain's hurting. Okay, so wait, no. Okay, so wait, I thought we had already left. Because I remember recapping us leaving.
Uh, this is essentially where we ended last session. We were running out of the house after going into the nightmare pit.
Major deja vu then, for whatever reason.
Basically, we started in the cave that was in the basement of this
Mhm.
building.
So we had been struggling with the entities on this town of Mize, psionic entities, if we will. We had gone down into the basement. We had trucked down into the water. We were being isn't that where we opened up last session? We opened up with Zedrin in the water. Us all. Oh yes, now we were all inside the pools getting messed with. Because for whatever reason, even though we were swimming around, we were never really getting anywhere. In Zedrin's case, I believe the light was constantly swimming just further and further out of his reach. Right? He wasn't in risk of drowning, per se, but he did eventually realize, oh, I'm not getting anywhere, so I'm just gonna stop. And, with all of the sensitivity of the person finally realizing, oh, wait, I can't keep playing with you. It was quite upset with him when he decided to turn back up towards the surface and stop messing with him. Um, well, stop messing with him. It followed him towards the surface to like try and entice him back down into the water. Opal, smartly, just walked on the ocean floor. And lake, not even that
Pond.
big. Pond, deep enough to be lake, I guess.
I think it's a lake because when Opal was walking down there was a giant cliff that led to nothing in it. And she only didn't fall
Exactly.
into it because she rolled a natural 20.
That would have been really bad.
Really bad.
Veldrin decided to do the same thing and just remain on the surface, like floating on the water, just chilling out there. Sari was trying to keep an eye on everyone. Kozik and myself both got lost. L. But eventually we all made our way back up to the surface because, well, you know what, guys? Didn't work out for us. Right? Uh, so we're at a loss, sitting there. Oh yeah, as we see Zedrin coming up to surface, for whatever reason, we see the spirit of like a giant shark coming from behind him too. That spooked everyone. Kozik wisely was like, okay, we can't just be stuck here. We're gonna start looking around for other things that are wrong here. And he noticed something that was wrong with the mushrooms. He went over to the mushrooms.
That was Opal.
That was Opal? But wasn't it? Oh, it was Kozik that did the remove curse on them.
Opal saw
Right.
the weird mushrooms, called Kozak over,
Oh,
and then Kozak was like, "Oh yeah, I see it," and then cast remove curse.
From that
because we
moment
got
on.
the impression, right or wrong, that like there were some sort of souls perhaps trapped that like needed to be released. So yeah, that's how we proceed.
From that moment of proceeding, actually, we found ourselves now back in the forested area close by Tia Moonblade's cabin. But for whatever reason, there is absolutely nothing going on. None of the things that we had done to the area, none of the scars, the building that had collapsed, the trees we had previously chopped down, and the raft that we had made. There is no evidence of any of that. Furthermore, there's no evidence of any life at all. It is a perfectly still encasement. We were privately speculating, if I recall, that perhaps that this entity had read our minds and was like creating an environment based off our memory of it. And so we all went back and forth like, okay, how are we going to get across the lake? Because like presumptively, it something is calling us to Miss Moonblade's cabin. Let's get over there. I believe that Zedrin settled on making us a raft a second time because, like, if it wasn't broken, why are we trying to outsmart it? We make our raft. We sail over to the cabin. Miss Moonblade isn't home. We go inside, but when we're there, we see like a glowing orb in the center of the room, and then from nothing bursts a horrifying entity. It is an eyeball, but it seems to be like an eyeball that blinks with teeth. Like a horrifying, gory creation burst forth in a similar vein to the way that the tentacles that we have previously seen before. It speaks to Zedrin about how finally it has learned the location of something it wants. The orb. And we're like, oh fuck, we let it right here. It was mining our memories because it wanted this. Oh god. Zedrin uses his mage hand to grab the orb. And whatever thing that has been attacking him since he failed a certain save against the entity in this very house 2 sessions ago now. Squeezing his chest in, like pressing outward at his ribs. And a more painful and horrifying indication of stuff going wrong, right? Puts him into a state of paralysis. He cannot move. And the eye is just, moving onwards, moving closer to us with its gnashing maw. Niavara, who is also right there, stabs the eye with her knife. Very helpfully, right? Lunges forward, tackles the damn thing. From her knife, it cuts itself into two like a hydra. But she's able to take the orb from the frozen mage hand. Sari is able to grab the frozen Zedrin, and we all make the collective decision to get the fuck out of Dodge. The smart decision. The wise decision. As we exit though, like we have this orb, but it's like finally I know where it is. Wahahaha. We exit out into the basement, right? And we stumble to the top of the house. And while we're there, we find that it's holding into itself into a mess of and viscera, literally collapsing upon itself as though the whole building was just some sort of giant decaying body. And even though Zedrin might have wanted a drink, Can't blame him. 1 for the road, 2 for the house. We all start running. As we start running, we still hear the laughter. Oh wait, we also saw the entity pop right back up one more time at the door. Niavara nails it with a single guiding bolt, and it disappears. They're able to escape into the night. Because the hails stopped. But as we look at the orb that Niavara has kept in her pocket, we see the inside of Miss Moonblade's actual cabin. With the kobolds in the shot, actually, if I recall. And it's getting closer to something inside that cabin, and we don't know what. In session, Q level up. Woohoo!
To which I think a couple of you haven't leveled up yet.
Everyone should be level 7. I know
Kozik and
Sari
Zed
was
haven't
having
yet.
difficulty.
Sorry, level. Yep, she leveled.
She got it? Yay!
7.
I will
7.
yoink that inspiration.
7.
Zedran. Oh wait, one of his sheets leveled up. That's funny. Yeah, that's a desync issue. That's very strange. But just to I'll manually auto-sync it.
Yeah, I think I was mid level up and I got disconnected from the server. I don't know if that messed anything up. But my character sheet looks fine.
Let's see.
So people who leveled up from their token on the world, their token on the world, when you double click it, it now says 7. But if you use your character sheet that's in the bar over there, like on the right side, that's where it is. But it's not. When you double click
Oh,
their character,
browser's
it still
lagging.
says they're level 6.
Oh, that is
That's
weird.
hysterical. I just updated the character that was in my the right side of my bar because I had updated the character.
As long as we're
From
still
my-
using the 2014 rule sets.
Yep, I still have the terrible Trickery Cleric bonus.
Soon.
Oh, I look so forward to it. Give me hypnotic pattern. Are you kidding me? Hypnotic pattern? As a cleric? Hello?
Browser? You good?
Like, fine.
Okay, that's unusually laggy there. So his token says 6. Yeah, so when you do like the import thing, there's an option that class subclass. Like in the filter, it'll say something like a reprint. in some of them. Actually, in a lot of them. So like it'll say like, 'cause I believe I brought it up before, like where it says like DMG 14, PHB 14, all that stuff, like filters, where it says like reprint, the little red tag there. You could just unclick it and that'll give you the basically all the versions, since we're using 2014 for now. Just the growing pains of a new edition coming out mid-campaign. Oh, it does not like me closing this. Okay, I see.
I mean, it'll be like raw good as soon as I get my hands on it.
Yeah, Zed says 7. Okay. That one's 7. And then I think Kovic 7. Okay. What I'm gonna do just to fix tokens, I'm just gonna bunch everybody up and move the updated tokens to the scene. Which should, so I think it's just the fact that you leveled up while the tokens were still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Kozik. Yeah. And cat. There we go. Now they're all saying 7. Fixed. Okay, you just have to clear the tokens. All right, so picking up where we left off, you guys leaving this delightful and ever so wonderful
The pit of bad memories.
or good memories that have been twisted.
Yeah.
So basically, the floor is yours. Where do y'all's want to do? Where you want to go? You know, at this point, you know something's going on with Tio, but you also know that you have you were already mid-mission to head to Chronosis. Let's see the continent. They are currently right there.
I believe we should leave and never come back to this place. That was terrifying and uncomfortable. How's that sound to you?
Belgian is going to gesture for Guevara to come over to him.
Where exactly? How far do we run before we stop, though? That's my question. Because, like, Niavar was, like, bolting out of there. She's like, bye, people of my. Sorry, can't help that. So, how far did we go, and which way were we deciding to run? I think, like, are we going to try and go back to town? Like, to Grinstall? Or are we going to try and keep going
That
on
is
this
that
mission?
is multiple days worth of travel, friend.
I know, but there's also multiple ways of travel the other way. Actually, technically, probably weeks of travel. So we're probably keeping heading on our direction, aren't we?
So, like OOC, I was kind of thinking about it, and I guess what seems like the more immediate thing, because if I recall, we were going to Chronosis to hopefully run into Veldrin,
Oh,
but also to just research the astral ships.
Mm-hmm.
We were going to go to a library. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah.
is we found Veldrin, is going to a library, and then going up to what was the other place? the place that was in the desert that was north of Chronosis, I guess. There was someone that was apparently there
Yes.
that the mayor was asking us to meet. In my opinion, again, like OOC, it seems like trying to get to Tio's place seems like the more immediate thing. Like that's where danger is and stuff like that. Versus, I'm sure we'll run into things heading to Chronosis, but I don't know. It's like we just got this really eerie, almost vision of Tio's place. It seems like it'd be weird for us to be like, she'll be fine. Which realistically, she probably will be. She's super powerful, but
See, my opinion is that we were going there to not just investigate the astral, but at this point we can probably add onto that shit. Check this off your list, everyone. Apparitions.
hmm
I think we've crossed up aberrations a
Well,
while
research
ago.
them.
Yeah, fair.
Be able to find out what the fuck we're actually fighting.
that makes sense.
Because
Yeah,
Brent still has no answers.
right.
Uh,
Um,
I
we
mean,
were
did you
sent.
go over it in the what's it called? In the thing, Opal had rolled a very nice roll to figure out what these things were. These are things that are well beyond gods. Or not beyond them, but well beyond our understanding in terms of where they belong.
That's why we were going not to these places, because not only are these places that have astral ships, but like we might be able to find out people who've gone into the astral plane, people who have fought against aberrations. We were going to this place to find a member of Tio and the mayor's adventuring party who was in one of these two cities. Secondly, we can't get back to Tio's house in any reasonable amount of time. At that point, the danger will have already passed. So it is functionally the same to just wait until we rest again. Change out one of Niavara's spells so that we can send a sending spell her way. To just say, holy shit, girl.
hmm
Your place got robbed. Like that is functionally, we would be able to send that message to her faster than it would for us to try and go back to Grenstall.
Yeah,
It
that
is
makes
a
sense.
4-day trip, I think, at this point.
And there's also the um that like aristocratic sort of ship captain that I believe Inanna got a business card from.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was actually in Chronosis.
Mhm.
And like you said too, there was the former adventuring party member that was in one of those spots. Sorrowwinds was the other place, right?
Yes.
Chronosis and
Yeah.
Sorrowwind? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out because but I didn't think about that. Yeah, sending spell, we would know if we needed to go there or not.
Like, if we're wrong, we're wrong. But
Oh, of course, yeah. It's like there's no perfect way of approaching it for sure. But I like that idea because if Tio responds back, she's like, "Oh, I'm good. What do you mean?" Then we would have wasted time trying to run there over 4 days, like you're saying.
because we still have so much time to go.
Yeah.
And if
We
we travel one day towards Chronosis and we find out that we have to go back, that's 5 days of travel. Right?
versus going 4 days back, finding out we didn't have to, and then basically starting out to go to Chronosis from the beginning again. Yeah,
It'd be so
that makes
bad.
total sense. I get you.
Yeah.
So 15
Mhm.
days. Yeah, we're not getting back to her house in any meaningful sense of time. A sending spell is far better.
So, who has sent?
Niavara does, but not prepared.
Then let's get out of this town, head a bit closer to Chronosis, and then you can send them.
Hence my question. How far are we running? Niavar is fine to keep going until like the town is a distant memory in her eye.
Yeah, I guess. What time would it be? Because you said that the hail and storms and stuff have subsided, right? Then yeah, I would assume we would just be booking it away from this place. Um, it's probably one of those things where it's just like, "Hi, Opal. We're following your lead, but we gotta go."
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Veldrin
Uh,
back in Navara.
so as we run out of town, DM, do you want me to roll survival to continue our travels? You got a boss. That is a 9. Ouch.
Um, you know what? Niavara will aid.
Okay.
And does giving aid give advantage, or do I need to roll that? Oh, I can't even do that because I don't have it trained. I can roll it regularly though, because Niavar will also be like, I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to get the fuck out of here.
That is a natural 1.
Uh-oh.
Oh. You know, Opal rolled bad, but not natural 1 bad.
It's okay. Fair.
So even here, Opal would be the leader. Okay, good. Because we're leaving this town, and I'm kind of imagining, since we're kind of Niavara is running and we're trying to keep up with her. Or yeah. Uh,
Um,
we're not exactly running or keeping track of our surroundings too well. And
I'm
we're
gonna let
just
you in on a secret.
yes.
Veldrin has +7 survival.
Oh. Oh. That's 2 better.
That's 2 better than, yeah. So how far do you think we run DM before party stops? In a direct. Very nice.
Somebody not
Oh,
named
okay.
Opal or Niavara, because we both rolled horribly. Thank you, Eldrin.
I just say player character. So weird. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, you eventually come to a stop. You're pretty sure you're far away from whatever situation you were just in. Just amidst the trees, the chirping birds, and the clearly not hailing. And I'd probably even say like Niavara, you only stopped running because you're just so damn tired from trying to traverse the forest and not necessarily being a forest going individual and just sort of in a panicked run.
As soon as that they happen, like they stop, she comes to a tree, puts her head against it, Slides down.
Uh,
Gods in heavens above.
That's when Veldrin goes over to her and just like wordlessly puts his hand in front of her face. Specifically the one that should be, and it's not.
Bar pauses. Looks up at him. Looks down at the hand. She's like, wait a second. When was that fixed?
And the hand itself looks like the skin on it looks really bony still, like somebody who hasn't eaten for a very long time, but there is still natural. I mean, it seems natural, all things considered. But it almost seems like the skin is growing back.
Nevar takes.
When we were in cave,
Mm-hmm.
my hand looked like this, and it did the last time we were.
Oh. And it's. Is this a new development for you too? Is this permanent?
It eventually stopped the last time, and now it's back.
Now it's back. Huh. I mean, in terms of signs, I suppose it's a pretty strong one. But I don't necessarily know if it's a religious sort of omen or something arcane or natural. You're saying it happened the last time that we were down there in that cave,
Yes, the first time.
back in the Underdark. Hmm. She thinks on it. Well, it could be. I don't know. I'm not really smart enough for this, but like, I guess if what Kozik, myself, you, and Opal said is true, yeah. Exposure to the aberrant does aberrant things to the body. Or gaining flesh off something, not fleshy would certainly count as aberrant, wouldn't it? I don't know.
It's certainly unusual.
Right? Can you feel the flesh? And she pokes at his fingers.
How much sensation does
It's kind of numb, like feeling, like trying to feel something through a glove, but that could just be due to the regrowth.
I've never been sure how far up the skeletal hand actually goes.
Like up his arm?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, where does that's actually a good question. Neovar is like looking at like how many layers of flesh he's got left to regrow. Like, is this musculature? Does she think like there would be nerves here? Like, does it look like natural regrowth of the flesh, as unnatural as that would be?
So with a medicine of 20, you upon closer inspection, you do notice that there's a lot of really, really, really small like spores attached to the hand. And maybe it has something to do with that. Perhaps this newfound power base or Yeah, well, medicine. So yeah, it seems like something having to do with these spores and the flesh is returning. It's definitely like it has nerves, but they're very weak. Like somebody who hasn't eaten for like a very, very, very long time. And it's almost just skin and bone, but it is you know what it's like when it's just normally bone. So the fact that there is skin is aberrant in itself. Because you have never heard of undead. You've never heard of undead being turned. A skeleton suddenly being turned into a whole person. So yeah, you'd ascertain it's with a medicine of 20. It has something to do with probably a combination of arcane aberrant behavior, the spores. Yeah, between those.
Almost indecent. Oh, keep my distance. Thank you.
Indecent.
It's like a form of nudity we're seeing. I'll keep my distance. Respectful.
You're closer to naked people in the town we were in before.
Oh,
Flayed flesh is not nudity. Secondly, it's just the arm.
new flesh. It's miraculous.
Well, one of two things, Vel.
And you know what? Give me. Let's see who would. I'll start with Inanna, who can give me a history check. And I will also allow Veldrin, because I believe he was there for that. Yeah, because Veldrin was there for the whole TO thing. Yeah. So, between the two of you, you can't help but recall a certain someone whose name may be very close to Mia Noonblade. She was also experimenting with fleshy things, though it was more pustulant, probably not healthy flesh. But she definitely had some experiments in regards to utilizing and the growth of, flesh, really. Like, there was like a lot of those, when you went into that one particular area, and you remember there was like the little fleshy eggs everywhere, and they're like mucusy and like kind of pustulant. This definitely seems a lot different from that, but in a sense, in a very broad and overarching theme, kind of the same concept.
Hmm. Shit's fucked up. I don't know what to say, Vel. Could be aberrant, could be, I don't know, something that you were exposed to in Tio's cabin, could be the mushrooms. You're now a druid of them, aren't you? Like, I see mushrooms on your hands, like inside the flesh at the tips, one might say. Could be your new domain. It could be something fucked up that we were encountering there. The aberrant, psionic, latent magics. Could be the reflections of Tio's cabin. Don't know. And that's not really a good answer.
Certainly doesn't bring any answer, but it's annoying.
It is.
Well, this
Not very
happened
satisfying.
last time too. It was just this. Some of those.
Yes. It happened last time where the same time that I was stuck as a tiefling for that second, wasn't I? Oh, that would be horrible. It could be that perhaps if you wash away the spores that are on your hand, the effect might disappear. Or it could be that now because you have domain over the spores, like they become part of your essence, right? I don't know how druids work. This is just me riffing here. Um,
God of the
yeah, I did. No, but I'm not a tiefling, am I? I also did wash myself off thoroughly. No, but I am seeing them on your hand, is what I'm saying.
I don't like.
You don't like the fleshy hand, you want it back to normal.
I
Normal.
don't like that. This without an ex.
Oh, that's true. And she sits back and she thinks on it. Well, like I said,
Fix my noise gate here.
I don't have any immediate explanations because I'm not the one causing it. We can try washing it off. That would if it is the spores, it would clean off really quickly. Because the effect wore off basically as soon as we left that cave, didn't it? Previously.
What about the thing in the cave?
The thing in the cave.
Juniper. Hi.
The tentacles?
That
The eye.
the eye, um, whatever Zed sees.
Whatever is living in his chest and is threatening to pop out of him, I suppose.
Look at you enjoying them sub emotes. Adorable.
I don't know. And that's also not a good answer, is it? It could certainly all tie together. Does Niavara hear anything sounding like water anywhere? Is there a river nearby?
Nope, not nearby.
There's the well.
No, we're out. We've like running out.
Oh yeah, we've run away from that.
I mean, you can always go back. Nothing's keeping you from doing that.
No, we avoiding that town.
Avoiding that town probably forever. Niavara takes out her water skin, and she's like, you know what? Yeah, sure, fine. And she like looks to where she saw the spores that were on his hand, and she pours it over, like washing it off gently. She doesn't want to hurt him in case it does start doing something.
Yep, there's a. So you do that. I mean, you wash some of the spores off.
Hand stays the same.
Yep.
If it were truly those spores. I doubt. Well, something I will be frank about. Whatever is happening to his hand does not seem to be related to what. Well, related to those.
It was worth checking.
It was. But, we might need a the word
Toad.
escapes me right now. An expert's help on the matter. Maybe somebody to look at his hand a bit better.
Toad is pretty awesome.
So are we traveling right now? We're just hanging out, like we're gathering our
We've-
wits and whatnot.
Correct. We ran like an hour.
So, right. Whoa, my dwarven legs are used to all this running. What is Mr. Thatcher still like in distress, you say?
I think so.
I think he's able to keep up, but he's probably labored still.
Well, if his problem doesn't seem strictly medical, I have enough magic energy to maybe there's some sort of curse or some sort of enchantment on him. I could try to remove that.
I think that would be very smart. If
May
it was
not work,
it's
but
worth a try.
okay.
Zed's probably like
Mr. Thatcher,
Probably
do you
just not-
consent?
he's like out of breath. He's sitting down next to a tree. His hands are kind of propped up on his knees a little bit. He's just kind of like nodding. He's oh.
All right, just rest your old bones there, Mr. Thatcher, and I kind of put one of my hands on his shoulder and I focus my magic energies to attempt to go ahead and remove the curse. It's almost working.
Removing.
It's
Removing.
oh, there's something in there. Wonder if it'll have effect.
Ominous.
So with remove curse, you still feel the same. There's no change.
There's something deeper affecting affecting you. Maybe if we can finally reach the library and reach that city, we can get some resources to help you.
But he's also performing something, so I don't know if he's trying to make it look like it's worse or not.
It was
I guess I don't know anything about that.
It was a callback. I was more a bit for Cubed. I gave him an option for him to be like, oh, he looks like he dies.
Zed
Is my
has done
character
that
on-
before, where we
my
had to
character on
carry you out of
Wednesdays.
somewhere.
Yeah, my character on Wednesdays plays dead all the time. Yeah, no, so that was just for Cubed. Hopefully he was got a laugh out of it. But anyway, yeah, he's kind of, would you say that he's in like constant pain from whatever this is, or is it kind of coming and going?
It's definitely coming and going,
Okay.
but it's not as intense as it was before that it was debilitating.
So he's gonna look a bit at Kozig like, oh mate, I'm not sure if that helped, but I am feeling better. Still kind of weird, but not as bad as I was before.
Well, it's a start, but well, we're all alive. That's what I'm thankful for.
I mean, it's probably not gonna do anything if Kozik wasn't able to do anything. Niavara will go up to him and just be like, "Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Gonna try and just
Oi,
a
put
plain
your
old
daggers
regular
away.
dispel magic." By the way,
I said, put your daggers away.
they're
We'll dig it
away.
out of you.
I'll have you know. Because she's like, I'm fairly certain that you started experiencing that chest pain that same time that motherfucker was fighting you.
Yeah, he put like his half his hand inside my chest.
So it's some sort of effect. We just don't know what.
So you're just trying to dispel. So okay. So you're just doing like a blanket dispel on them.
Yeah.
Okay. So roll me a check. 10 plus the spell's level. So basically, give me a caster level check.
Uh, so just a d20 plus 3? think.
Yeah, it's your ability modifier.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's see what you get. Yeah. So you go for like a blanket dispel, and whether or not something actually is dispelled, you're unsure. Nothing visibly changes.
Does that feel any better, Zedran?
Nope.
Kind of like closes his eyes, and open one's eye, and then opens the other, and he blinks a couple times and looks around. I more or less the same.
Hmm.
I appreciate it though. I mean, what are the chances we find some sort of like traveling doctor on the way?
Technically
Ooh, straight-
speaking,
Stranger
fairly
things have
high.
happened. Yes. Perhaps a caravan of traveling fortune tellers. We seem to come across people like that.
That was one. All right. These old
So,
tokens. These are old
What's
tokens.
should we look at that orb again? It's been a bit.
Oh, right. And she'll fish it out from her pocket.
Mm-hmm.
If she looks into it, does she see anything?
Nope. Just a little slightly glowy orb.
What color is the orb, by the way, out of curiosity?
It's blue.
Hmm. Very strange little thing.
Okay.
And cat.
Can I? Because I forget. So can I roll a history check? Because you did mention that we knew what this orb was because we had seen it at Tio's before, and I forgot about that. So I don't know if anyone else remembers like the significance of this or what we know about it.
You're wasting points. Look at Juniper go with the rolls.
I explicitly said last session plenty of times, I have no idea what the fuck
Mhm.
it is.
All right, let's see. Maybe.
Just trying to recall the orb.
Well, just OOC. I forget what it is. Like, so. But you mentioned when we found it that it was like this orb that you recognized from Tio's place.
Yep, it looks very basically the same orb that she tasked you to acquire.
Was that the thing that was in the pool in the cave?
Yep. It looked
Okay.
like an exact replica of what you had acquisitioned before.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't make that connection, but yeah. Okay. Understand.
Right there with
Uh,
you. All right. So it's just nothing there.
Not in.
That's gonna he's gonna, like, stand himself up, brush himself off a little bit. Alright, so are we moving in any direction, Opal? You know from here where we're going?
Very. Opal gives a thumbs up. Let us get moving. I love being in multiple D&D games and having my character names get mixed up in my head. It's great.
It happens. Um. Neavara also brushes herself off daintily, and
I
she's like,
don't
right,
want.
well.
I want to go to Tio.
You want to go to Tio?
You want to go to Tio.
She works with flesh. My hand is doing this. I don't know why. The orb showed us her house.
Oh, alright,
It will
how about
still be
we
multiple days worth of traveling regardless. And
so
that.
didn't you say that there was a way that we could, like, reach out to her?
Sending.
We Yeah, so we just need a rest, I guess. You wanna take a bit and then reach out and, like, for one, see if she's alright, two, see if she knows what the fuck is going on with Veldrin's hand.
I
How
can,
does that
yeah.
sound to you, Veldrin?
So consensus?
If I need to see her, and we're heading the other way, and
Oh, no,
it's growing.
I was suggesting that we,
We're
like,
currently about 15 days out from her is the point. One
yeah,
day
we
is not going to be the deal breaker.
just rest and then we reach out. If we hear back, I'm not sure how, like, if it's immediate, sort of like a conversation, or how much
25
time it takes.
words. That I get 25 words and she gets 25 words. That's how the spell works. I can cast it twice, technically speaking, if I need more.
Alright.
Actually, 3 times, I think.
I believe we're likely to get help in the city rather than changing our course and going off on another adventure back to Tio Moonblade, and we don't even know if she'll be there.
Well, also, ain't she pretty quick with, like, getting around places?
She
Like,
finds us.
if we reached out, yeah, I was gonna say, if we reached out and we said, "Hi, it's kind of, are
She
are
could
you alright?
very well find
Kind of an
us.
emergency," she might just, like, pop here. I don't know how that works, but
Yeah.
If the problem is something that she could potentially fix, I have no doubt that she would. Probably she'll have to at least give it a look.
I was gonna say, even if she can't fix it, she might just be interested.
I think she
Exactly,
definitely
much
would.
less.
Just knowing what I know about her, I think she'd be very gruesomely interested.
And
So
Veldrin, even if we did turn around right now, we would still have to travel for multiple days to get back.
Specifically, over 2
aye, but the thing
weeks.
is, we're not going anywhere because we're sitting here?
Exactly. We'll sit here. Neavara, once she has the spell ready, will send the sending spell, and hopefully Tio Moonblade will know something about it.
Like,
How long does it
Veldrin,
take
that'll
to
also
hear back?
that could give us some
Instant.
time to just keep an eye on you, you know? And if it does start getting worse, then we start moving to the next closest place that we think we get you help.
So we're all getting comfy.
Yeah. I think we just decide to make camp then, everyone. I think since we're gonna be spending some time out here anyway, we might as well get a little comfortable. Yes, we're only an hour's run away from the super psychically haunted house.
Yeah, I'm
But,
not
like,
gonna
that's
lie, that
okay.
was uncomfortable for me too.
Yeah, the flesh building, I'm not there.
Not a fan of the flesh building either.
You're not even flesh. And you're not a fan of it. That's how much of a pain in the
Hey,
ass it is.
I grew up with a perfectly human father. Just because I am not made out of flesh does not mean I find the concept of using it for decoration to be good.
Very normal sentences. I grew up with a perfectly human father.
You bully me, how dare you?
So let's not talk about flesh decorations anymore, and because I'm not going to be able to sleep.
Who am I
Technically,
hearing an echo out of?
I don't
That
know.
was me.
Sorry, okay, thank you, Zed.
Niavara starts preparing an area like to hang out, to chill in. She's probably gonna pick underneath the tree to like set up camp as best she can.
Right.
Veldrin would put his stuff near hers.
She'll smile at him and just say, "Hey, it's all right. Listen. Weird parts of the body deciding to make themselves known. It's just something that happens." Oh,
I'll take first watch, and you know, try and do my best to keep an eye. If you start sprouting shroomy things, I'm gonna wake you up.
Niavara, is this the fabled talk about puberty that I have heard so much about? I don't say that.
If Opal had, Niavara would actually say, "You're a couple years late, actually."
I am made out of stone. I do not, Opal. I do not have a puberty.
Do
Zed's
I?
covering little one's ears.
Oh.
Little one, whatever kind of puberty dragons go through, I do.
Opal,
I'm sure there's
hush.
some weirdo. Sorry, Zed. But
What
Zed,
was
have you
it?
considered it? It
Trying
was
to keep
funny.
his innocence intact for as long as possible.
What
Wasn't
was
he
it?
kidnapped? Not even like a couple of weeks ago.
Opal,
Okay. Understood, Zedrin.
What was it, Vel, that our older sister might have said about my going through puberty? I might grow teeth in places, but then I just need to shapeshift them back and not let them get any smart ideas.
um,
I do think
Kozik,
she did say that.
can you hit me in the face with an Eldritch Blast, please?
For all
Oh,
you
I
know, it
can.
could have been on my nose.
I always imagined they would have showed up on your stomach.
Yeah, and the belly button, right? Wait, do I even have that?
I imagine it's up to your imagination, Niavara.
You're correct. That's the whole joke here.
Hmm.
Any puberty that I had or did not have was largely just up to my imagination. Yes, being told that I would turn blue meant that I turned blue for a week there. Was that Veldrin's fault? Veldrin knows.
We're just gonna have Sorry just be off to the side there. So, setting up camp. Let's see. It sounded like Zed was doing first watch, and basically you set up camp. Nothing happens. Nothing interrupts you. Nothing jumps out of the woodworks and tries to eat you. Nothing swoops down from the sky to try and pick you up and drop you. Nothing from below tries to pull you under. And so far, I have one person marked for watch.
I will take
Zed was.
third
Oh,
watch as always.
Who is taking the first watch? Zed?
I guess Veldrin
Eh,
will take second.
Opal will sit up with Fire during the first watch with Zed.
Kozik sleeping?
I like to sleep. I'll get in the rotation wherever I'm.
Second or third, your pick.
Veldrin was gonna take second.
We're doubling up, in
Oh.
theory.
Then I'll do third.
With Niavara.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yes. Do that. I'll do it still.
Oh yeah, sure, fine.
He could take second with Veldrin.
Third sounds okay.
Oh man.
I think, like, if this was a conversation that would happen, like, in person, Veldrin would just kind of be like, yeah.
God. I mean,
Uh.
Opal doesn't. Opal does need to sleep. Mm. Hey, just remember, if you get lonely, Opal is always listening.
All right. So, as the sun goes down and your camp is properly set up, and there's a tiny amethyst dragon chewing in Zed's hair because it's nighttime. And he's just like, little one's just like holding the hair in his mouth. Like he doesn't even chew it anymore. He just holds it in his mouth. At this point, just conditioned to conditioned for, the event that usually transpires.
Yep, that'll give him a gold piece.
Where did my little one gold counter go? Damn it. I'll have to backtrack it. And yeah, so the people for First Watch can give me a perception and have any interactions that you deem. As little one's is just chewing on a little gold coin.
Zed. Cover one's ears. Not for any nefarious reason.
And he does, and he probably has a look on his face like,
Why
like,
why do you wish to shelter little one from the horrors that he has gone through? To be more specific, why did you get upset at me for mentioning something he very well knows he went through?
well, I guess, yeah, he knows about it, but don't, I don't know. The one's still very young, so just, maybe just more or less me just not liking that he went through it.
That is understandable. I would imagine had I been in your place, I would not have it liked the little one being taken as well. I did not like the idea of such a young dragon being forced to go through, even though I had not known him very long. Regardless, you do realize you'll have to talk about it eventually, don't you?
Yeah. I'm just trying to be as protective as possible.
I understand. I am unfamiliar with how humans deal with talking with their young. Though, from my own experiences with my father, talking about those things eventually, sooner rather than later, would be better. Keeping secrets will do nothing but harm your relationship in the long run.
So, it actually makes sense. Makes sense you saying it that way. I know we've talked about it before, but I didn't grow up with anyone. I was just on my own. So everything I learned, I just was through those experiences.
Hmm.
And then when I snuck aboard the ship, he's a great crew, and it was pretty much first folks I ever considered family, but not, well, as you'd imagine, not the best teachers.
I have a question. Did they ever, or did they repeatedly try to shield you from harm, from learning things that would have taught you?
Protecting me from harm is one thing, but yeah, let's say that they would definitely teach you the hard way. Like the first few times, well, I figured out how to get back on the ship because I was thrown off, not because I fell off.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. I'm not saying be like the people who raised you. I'm simply saying take the lessons they taught you and apply them in a way that would help little one grow. Also, maybe we should get. Does little one have a name? Have we ever learned that?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know of a name he might have.
Or I mean, kind of like, I guess, kind of like myself. Yeah, I was
Hmm.
given my name. Now I just been calling little one. But
I know it might be rich coming from somebody literally named the material they are made out of, but maybe, perhaps, giving him a peanut.
yeah, that's true. Speaking of things that we got to have talks about, I guess I can ask him.
Uh, oh, my brain got smoothed. Repeat, Zed.
Well, you were saying that, like, having talks and whatnot, and not keeping secrets about things that he's gone through. I guess that'd be one of the things to have a conversation about. So, you prefer me to call you something else besides little one?
I see. Question for little. I am imagining after our talk, you take your hands off of little one's ears.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just picturing this whole time Zed's just got his ears covered. We're just having this conversation. Little one's hearing like the wah 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 from Charlie Brown, and just snacking on a piece of gold.
Hi.
I think you might need to re-say or ask your questions, Edrin.
Well, I mean, we got time for sure. But we should be watching, right? And Zed's just kind of like looking around, just seeing if he sees anything.
Jesus Christ, that was loud. Holy crap. I'm so glad you guys didn't hear that as loud as I did. Hey, thank you for the raid. Well, well, well. Welcome in. Hello, hello.
Little one,
Eh?
would you prefer us to call you anything other than little one?
Okay.
Uh, uh,
Zed's Zed's looking at Opal, and he doesn't have like a grin, but he kind of just has this face of like it's almost like I knew that was gonna happen, and he just shrugs a little bit, and he's just like, "I we'll figure it out, I guess."
I should have seen that coming. What I'm asking you, little one, is do you have a name? Or something you would like to call us that isn't little one?
I don't know.
Hmm. Would you prefer us to call you something else?
Okay.
Ah.
And he
Besides,
flutters over to you and like lands maybe like on, I'd probably say like on your shoulder, and it's little amethyst wings just kind of fold, and he offers to you half of a chewed on gold coin.
like he cut half of the gold coin off?
Like he's eaten half of it and he's offering you the other half.
Hmm. I feel like calling you amethyst might be a bit on the nose. And Opal will politely decline the other half of the coin.
In case you're hungry. Here you go.
It's hard not to adore you, little one. You are adorable.
Actually, I'm a dragon, right?
Yes.
And he nods.
Yes, you are a dragon. Oh, I see. The
Got it.
plague of being all too literal. Zed, do you have any names for little one? Aside from little one, of course.
What about big one? And he holds his little dragon talons up in like a wide, like holding them in the air, like he's doing like big.
I think we'll call you that once you're all grown up, or larger than the majority of us.
When that happen?
Well, I tell you what, when you stop sitting on my shoulder and I start sitting on yours, we'll start calling you Big One.
Okay, that worked.
Actually, I think the proper way to refer to little one is simply as one. Or the one, however you wish to refer to them. Because regardless of if the little one is little or big, he will always be our one. Sorry. But maybe that's just my own thoughts. What do you think, Ed?
Zed's just nodding. Yeah.
Okay. The other one's also nodding. He's so.
Thank you for not immediately chewing on my hair, little one. It is greatly appreciated.
You mentioned that, and there's almost like this realization in his eyes, and he just stares at your hair.
Don't do it. I can't grow that back like Zed does.
And as you say that, he's got his little mouth open, his tongue sticking out, like he's gonna like lick your hair and taste it. Ah.
So he tastes Opal's hair.
He was going to. It's like an inch away from Opal's hair, and then you say, "Don't chew on my hair," and he like stops mid flavor palette attempt. I don't know what we call it.
Mid flavor test. You may try it once. Only one time.
Also, what were you playing? Asna? Okay. but he doesn't.
Oh. Aw, such a respectful drag. Opal is going to be petting little one, as said, and her keep an eye out for any potential intruders.
Yep. So you give little one, or yeah, little one, head pats, and his little ears fold back as you do it. Just like adorable little head pat. Even though he's made of amethyst, and you're made of opal.
Sparks, two rocks colliding.
It sounds like rocks sliding against each other. And I'm imagining neither Opal nor little one are even like thinking about the noise they are making by being pet.
Nope. So with your perception checks, you don't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary for the first watch.
All right, good.
Which what moves us to the second watch.
Veldrin all alone.
I mean, technically,
Uh.
Opal doesn't sleep.
Opal doesn't sleep fully. She's constantly listening. And would Zed have taken little one back as it goes to sleep?
Yeah.
Aw.
Veldrin has his cat.
As Zed goes to bed and Veldrin takes the watch, may I pet your cat?
He looks at Opal and he looks at his cat and he's like, that's up to Naza.
I was simply asking you because that is your cat. And if your cat does not want to be pet, I will respect wishes.
She she knows what she likes and she is not afraid to tell people that.
I would be. Does she scratch people?
Scratch, bite,
Hmm.
kick.
I'm worried about what would happen to your cat if she were to bite or scratch me. I do not think that would go well for her. Not because of anything I would do, simply what I am made of.
You can offer her your hand.
And Opal would stick out her hand for the cat.
Cute. You can say what the cat does.
Yeah, it's your familiar. You have full
Nice.
control over that one. Little one is nobody's familiar currently.
Little one is little one.
She sniffs his hand or her hand and is just kind of like, and then sits down.
Cat and if anything happens during your watch or you simply wish to speak, I am listening. So do not feel that you are completely alone, Veldrin.
And like while your cat is taking a seat, you can both see a rustling in a small bush nearby.
Do you want to check that out, Veldrin?
How big is the rustling? You said it's rustling in a small bush.
Really
Right.
small. Not even really a bush, honestly. Small piece
It's
of
like
brush.
rustling the grass.
Yeah. And it's like slowly moving closer. And then it stops. And then it moves closer again. And then it stops. It waits.
Could Veldrin throw a rock at it?
Yeah.
So he does throw a rock, but like not to hit it, just to like land near it.
You see Mittens immediately dart out of the bush. Looks like it was
Oh,
gonna try and pounce on your cat, as cats like to
it's
do.
Mittens. Hello, Mittens.
It just runs off to like somebody's bag.
To go be a nuisance elsewhere.
Uh, I just imagining. Ah, yes. We throw a rock at the skeleton cat. The skeleton cat jumps out of the bush and tries to do the cat thing of sticking its tail up and having its fur puff out, but there's no fur there to do that with.
Actually, you know what? An even better scene. You throw the rock, and just before, like, maybe you aim a little higher than you expected, and then out of the bush, Mittens jumps like it's trying to catch it midair, and then falls back into the brush.
We have 2 cats now. Very good.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's more cat-like than. Yeah.
Yeah. Having had interacted with cat for 3 days in a row, yeah, I can see that.
3 days. 3 days
Uh,
cat
I
experience.
I had to babysit a cat for one of my friends, and oh, she was adorable. But at the same time, my God, she needed to stop peeing on the bed.
Mm.
Because
Ignore
they're
me.
bed now.
Yep.
So for this watch, give me some perceptions.
From both of us.
Perception.
Mm. We'll say Veldrin is very distracted by his hand. It's like when you lose a tooth and keep sticking your tongue into the spot where you've lost your tooth. He like keeps looking at his hand like he's gonna catch it doing something.
It completely and utterly engulfed by hand watching. Not bird watching,
Yeah.
hand watching. And you can't help but, be astonished at how clean your fingernails are right now.
They're fresh fingernails, brand new, straight out the bod.
Ugh. Gross. Ah, yes, my freshly. What is the body creating fingernails except for 3D printing? Sorry. Hmm.
God's 3D printer.
My body is a 3D print.
Better than being a dot matrix printer.
Should Opal roll perception?
I mean, yeah, you're still conscious.
Only one worse than last time.
Yep, still nothing. Nothing on this front.
Very good.
With confidence.
Will Veldrin say or do anything while he's taking watch? Or will he be too absorbed in his...
Like, if Opal wanted to ask him a question, I don't think he'd be so absorbed that, like, he wouldn't hear her speaking.
Hmm. So, you are Neovar's brother, correct?
Yes.
Well, I know that. Good. What is it? This may be come across as a bit weird, as this is only something that applies to me by a technicality. What is it like to have a sibling?
I mean, I I don't know how to describe that.
Hmm. It, hmm. I guess I did ask quite a unusual question. Apologize. Let me think of a better way of putting it. Hmm. Let me ask a different question while rephrase that.
RDR. Uh-oh.
Because Niavara is quite keeps to herself quite a lot.
Uh-oh.
Why did you decide to leave? If you do not pry.
Which time?
The time when I joined the party. Before I joined the party, to be more exact. Because there was quite a long period of time where I was in the party and you were not.
So before you joined, that was because I had lost my hand.
You left because you lost your hand.
Yes.
Sorry, it took me a second to realize. And yet you have both of your hands currently? This is a character or a player
Yeah,
question.
his one hand is normally skeletal.
Hmm.
Like the one that's growing flesh right now.
I see. Hmm. And if you do not mind me asking, you are concerned about what is happening to you, right? Yes. That hand regrowing flesh. There's no answer to my question.
Oh, wait, what?
Opal had asked the question of, and you are concerned about it regrowing flesh.
Yes. And I don't know why it is. It's like this because of magic already. But
Hmm. Neavara is a cleric, a servant of a divine being. And did Neavara ever tell Opal that Veltrin, what Veltrin was before we've met him again?
Yes, she
Okay,
said
thank you.
he was a paladin.
Maybe it is simply regrowing flesh due to your what's it called? Prayer changing from one group to another.
I don't have prayer.
your respect going somewhere else. You were a paladin before? Also, who is clipping their nails?
I'm fucking with a flashlight over. Sorry.
Okay. It's okay. Sorry, I just heard that happening and it kept distracting me. You were a paladin before, correct?
Yes.
And similar to Neovara, I'm assuming the gods you were worshipping were not exactly good
Love.
aligned to people, most people.
Love.
I will make it perfectly clear. I do not know much God. They are not my area of study, and I do not much in them. Though, perhaps, in your abandonment of worshipping Lolth, your hand is slowly growing as you come further. You go further into your path of druidity, druid. I would imagine growing
I would
flesh on a body part that has not had it for so long would be rather concerning, though.
I would believe that if it was taken by love, but it was taken by mother.
By who?
Mother.
Your mother.
Yes.
Hmm. Well, if you had stopped worshipping Lol, and follow me here, your mother took your hand, and Lol, who gave you the skeletal hand?
The necromancer.
Hmm. Inter. Huh. Interesting. Regardless, my point still stands. You might be regaining your hand due to the fact that you are no longer worshipping Lolth and more following the path of a druid.
I
The
would
very
like an
world it's.
answer. I
Hmm?
I don't want my body doing something that I don't understand.
Understandable. On this journey with your sister and her friends, I have learned a few things about me that have brought many questions to me that I do not have the answer to. So I understand in that regard. Though, if I were you, I wouldn't immediately assign it what is happening to your hand right now hostile intent. Would you not like a flesh hand back, regardless of if you understand it or not?
If your body did something that you didn't understand for reasons that you don't know, wouldn't you want to know why?
I would. Of course, I would.
The result is I don't care. I want to know why.
Hmm. Once Neavara has the sending spell, I hope that we will find out soon enough. Though, I do hope that it is genuinely nothing bad. Also, you and Neavara have both have both added to my nervousness about meeting my father's lover. Because by technicality, she is my mother. As neither of you have good relations with her, do you?
No, we don't.
Hmm.
But
But
there's a lot of books with good mothers in them. And if it's something people write about often, it's something that has to be real at some point.
Hmm. I am sorry for that, Belgian, that you did not get that chance. And Opal will go back to remaining stagnant for the remainder of their watch, unless Belgium brings something up.
I don't think he would. I think he would, you know, just kind of sit quietly.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, your like I said, nothing pretty much happens during your watch. I mean, aside from Velgen being quite enthralled by, you know, the situation. It's like the Austin Powers meme where he just keeps saying mole. Like that's Velgen's thoughts right now, just skin and and and. I mean and. But like I said, nothing happens during your watch, and you know that's pretty much time for the next watch.
Niabara and Kozak.
The
Um,
the ever so enthused Kozik.
Oh,
before like Veldrin settles down to go to bed again, he's going to pull Niavara aside.
Yeah. And I'm imagining like she's like rubbing her sleep out of her eyes, getting ready to pray.
I have another thing to tell you
Okay.
or show you. And he kind of like is like looking if Opal or Kozik is paying attention.
I'm not.
Is Opal.
Must
She's
is-
not
bad
be.
at paying attention.
So Opal's not paying attention, I'm assuming.
Seemingly
So-
not.
I had my microphone muted. Opal's eyes are closed. There's no good way of knowing whether or not she is paying attention. As
Okay.
the entire time she was talking with you, her eyes were closed.
Okay. Well, she's not looking.
Yeah.
And you're going to be there's the hint. We're dealing with that. This is something that I think is going to be more long term.
Okay.
And he looks like really nervous as he starts pulling his like coat off, and then he pulls the back of his shirt up and shows Niavara that like down his spine is what she has probably would I imagine Niavara's seen this at some point. It's a slaver's mark for their house.
She's got one hand over her mouth and she's like, oh, God. What did she do?
And I don't think Veldrin has to say a word to her for her to understand, like, what his expression conveys.
And so she sort of sits there in her bed. Quiet. Or bed. Cot. And she's like, I can't. I mean, I do, but I also. That's. Why? You're so young. There was no reason. And they. So home's gone then.
I'm never going back, never.
Well, I don't blame you. What would happen? And
Probably more of the same.
she takes his hand. As she's like, they don't get to touch you. They don't. They shouldn't have. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect you.
You got me back home. I wanted to go back to you, and now I am.
I can't believe her. How horrible. And for what? All these years saying that I stole her heir. That we're a dying people. You're not even 30. Not even an adult. I don't understand her. I don't understand that. I'm sorry, Vel. I can't
I'm
make it
here.
right.
We can't make it right, but I'm here. And you're here. And that's good.
It's good, but that means home's gone. And maybe it wasn't good, but where else are we supposed to go? I mean, I can keep wandering, but I don't have a place.
You don't need to wander. When I wanted to go home, it brought me to you. We don't have to wander.
Well, we have to run, I guess. And she wipes her eye with one arm. Because that means we have two sets of crazy drow people after us.
We'll deal with it.
At least one of them doesn't know what the symbols on your back mean, because I bet you she can't read Undercommon, the uncultured swine. In the morning, I can try taking a look at it, see if I can come up with some sort of medicine for it, make it look better, if that's something you'd like. Probably won't be very good.
We can try, but it's been there a month.
The human-like body goes through cells roughly every 7 years. There's constant turnover. Might be capable of improving. Might be. Can't say it won't until I try.
We can try.
This world's ever changing. Get some sleep, okay?
I will, and I didn't notice anything on my watch because other things are on my mind. But no, don't let me distract you. I'm here, and that's better than not being here.
She wipes her eyes again. She's like, yes. I'll have you know, I miss you. It's not very good of me to say that, but I worried. I thought you would have gone to some great library like you always talked about going to go see. Like Zed said, it's half the reason that why I was saying that we ought to go to a place like Chronosis.
Well, we can go there together now.
Yeah, that's why we're going. I need to pray so that I can get the sending spells prepared. And also, I should probably do the actual perimeter check. Get rest. And she'll poke her way out around to make sure she's things are well sorted.
All right. So you're waking up Kozik?
Yep. And she's like, Mr. Deep Shaft, we have to go double check that nothing in the forest is trying to kill us.
Oh. I'm sure it's fine. Grumble, grumble.
Sure.
Don't you miss being underground, where we didn't have all these trees and such? I guess I like it. I don't know.
Rar?
Just all right. Let's check the perimeter.
Weren't you one of the people who was saying that I was stupid to miss the Underdark?
Me?
Yeah?
No, no. I like the Underdark. It's
Cave.
comfortable.
It's a very pretty place. And there's no horrible rain.
It's true.
Although
Well,
I will say, when we have been in town and there has been rain on the roofs, it can sound nice. Can. Sometimes.
I definitely agree. I always liked wandering out in the forest and stuff, but sometimes you just feel like, it's too many hazards up here. Too many strange folk.
strange folk like us.
Like whoever's trying to always attack us. Strange creatures,
What even made
magic
you
effects.
leave so far from your dwarf kingdom?
Well, maybe one day I'll get back.
Yeah, maybe, but why did you leave?
I found myself transported
All the way across the
there, and
continents.
I don't even know what continent we're on. That's the thing. We're sort of just wandering, and we've been to different dimensions filled with bovine kings and fey creatures, and I don't know what else, but one of these days I'll have to look into getting back to proper dwarven realm.
I only express my hmm disbelief on that fact because I feel like the only other person who's less motivated in a specific direction than myself is you.
Well, I mean, I am here with you with my fellows, and we're on this journey, but and I don't even know what's happening back at home. I don't know what my place is there either. So,
Hmm. All
and
you
then
know is that
the dark lady and with her guidance, I'm happy to go where I'm called.
do you think you're gonna find it?
Hmm, it's difficult to say. This black diamond thing is as elusive as ever, but I feel like we've gotten some clues. Somehow it relates to everybody else, but I'm not sure how.
Hmm. Figure the one that it most closely relates to is Miss Sorry. I feel like you almost ought to ask her for her help. If the Lord Oberon did in fact kill her parents, I think that you'd have a very willing ally in her in taking down the Sealy court and, freeing your Dark Lady.
I don't know. That seems all very political, doesn't it? I don't know that much about the Sealy court. Just know that the queen
They've
of the air and
imprisoned your
darkness is
Dark
out.
Lady.
She's I think she's free somewhere. She just needs a body. I think. Maybe she'll send a vision or something. I mean, I have spoken with her.
As is the nature of the pact, I imagine.
Yes, it's
Very
all a bit mysterious. Find myself with these abilities and this connection, this thread of communication to the Dark Lady, but I I'm not sure.
hmm.
Some people say that she's evil. I don't know about that. I haven't seen anything like that. She does have a very dark aspect, but I don't think we should judge her based on that.
What other people can call evil, it doesn't necessarily reflect like a absolutist judgment. My gods, right?
That's yes.
My god, the Traveler, is sometimes called evil because they are meant to usher in change. They tell us that nothing can remain stagnant forever, and sometimes that change might come suddenly or abruptly. And if you try to cling to the old, you will be hurt, right? Especially if the old is unjust. Is that evil? I don't think so.
Not sure I can say that it is.
It's a matter of perspective.
It's true. It's so true.
You can worship the god's worst aspects, and you can pull on their least favorable strings, and you can ask for dark favors, and you can lead to the worst version of yourselves. I believe that there are worshippers of the shadow. Tempters, they're called under the host. Or you can say, well, what in this shadow is actually something that other people call evil because they don't understand it? It's a matter of what you pick and choose, right?
I think that's true. There's a depth, a sort of infinity in the shadow that the light doesn't always is not we can't always perceive.
If you look straight at the sun, you'll blind yourself. Same thing's true of gods like Oberon, right? He killed Sari's parents. Shithead behavior.
Opal
The
will
more
like
and the
stir
more that
from
you
her
look in,
sleep for a moment. Not going to lie, that's pretty fucked up and evil.
right, and so you encounter the light and you become blinded. But when you look into the darkness, you look into that pit sometimes, and all you can do is look deeper and deeper. I don't know if you'll see anything, but we dwarves have looked down into the deepest chasms. Something like that.
I understand the metaphor.
Nice.
Now here we are on the surface, under the trees, getting hailed on. Well, maybe not now.
One
Oh
day
well,
it'll make
maybe one
sense.
day, one day it'll make sense. Do we see anything out in the darkness?
Let's see here. I only see Neovara's perception. The weather's getting crazy. And
You
while
said
you're
via perception, I don't.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, who are you choosing to worship today, Neovara?
So Veldrin's story obviously has her emotions raised. That would be glory to the Fury in the aspect of revenge against the mother. Obviously the Traveler. And then yeah, we're still looking towards the path of secrets and such. She'd have the shadow in the lineup.
So, what would be the order of first, second, and third?
So like at the top of the triangle is the Traveler. To the left of the triangle is the Fury. To the right of the triangle is the Shadow.
Okay. So, with a perception of 20 and a perception of 7, when you go to, do your morning rituals and preparations, as per usual, and probably worrisome, the Traveler remains like you just don't feel like you're getting anything from it. However, when you go to put your symbols down, or like, how is it you're worshiping? Is it like a little shrine?
Yeah, she sets up a little shrine. She has out incense. She focuses her head down. she would probably put out little candle formed for the Fury, because again, this is specifically in name of gaining revenge on their parent, like for strength in that, right? Anger for Veldrin. And then for the Shadow, when she gets to his rituals, it's something of, you have to give something of value for him. So she would actually probably, in this case, again, prick her finger on her knife and let it fall down onto his coin. Because, again, value for value.
So as you have these three symbols laying out, you go to light the candle for the Fury, and immediately the candle's brightness and intensity doubles. And when you go to like prick your finger to, have a blood sacrifice for the Shadow, the flame just intensifies, almost to the point like it's keeping you from worshipping the Shadow. Almost like the fire itself is fuming, raging, but it's not enough to cause a forest fire or anything, but a religious moment. If anything, it's more like it's trying to keep you from having any worship of any other. Doesn't seem to do anything about the Traveler, though. Almost like siblings bickering.
And she supposes they are cousins on the tree. And so she would probably finish with her rites about the six being like, and so, and the Shadows with the Fury stood together against the host, and they were cast out of the heavens, knowing that one day they would in fact regain their strength, their names, and return. That all six are equal in their power and equal in their name. Present in all of us, and therefore worshipped by all of us.
Chaos gods.
To disregard one is to disregard a part of the self. And that she's saying that as like a means of she obviously can like tell that like something's going on with the Fury. As soon as her basic rites are done though, she would in fact turn to the candle. Right? Because the candle is also a specific rite. And she's like looking to it. Fury upon House my ball. Fury upon my mother. Oh, Fury, lend me your strength. Lend me your rage. The candle is like like you leave it out as a symbol of like your burning hatred for someone.
Oh, that candle just melts completely as the flame almost turns into like a little the equivalent of a mini inferno, and just encompasses the entire candle and just melts it. And give me I guess it'll be wisdom base. Oh, wisdom save. So on a 10, unless you want to modify that in any way, on
debating on it.
On a 10, you just the rage, the thoughts of, once you say like fury upon House Myval, just thinking about it, you just feel like a welling of anger and hatred and rage. Not like a barbarian, you don't lose control of yourself, but it's kind of like you are hyper focused in on that state of being for just a moment. As if tapping into the very force that is that hatred, that anger, that pure, unadulterated, and raw emotion.
Sacrifices shall be yours, my lady. And she quickly cleans up her altar. And I'm assuming the long rest finishes because I'm just gonna do that to change my spells.
Yep. Spell.
What does Kozak do while Neovara is having this weird experience?
Well, I see that she's doing her daily stuff. I'm kind of just looking out. Maybe I take a few steps over towards the tree that I see and kind of lean against it and look out into the darkness. And maybe, I don't know what time it is. Maybe it's becoming a little bit lighter and it feels cold. I don't know. And I guess I rolled a perception check, but it wasn't that good.
And Neovara, roll me a d6.
Got it. Oh, not that.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Third level. All right. So, as you acknowledge this ritual and sort of partake in it, almost like accepting of a blessing, you feel a surge from that tapping into that raw emotion, that pure state of not really carnage, but rage and hatred and passion. And on a d6, you get to cast just once today, an extra third level spell of your choosing.
Oh shit.
Sometimes failing a wisdom save is not always bad. Yep, 5, 6 would have been third level. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hell yeah, I'm writing that down somewhere.
So yeah, your long rest concludes. And everybody wakes up.
All right. I imagined that Neovara had prodded Kozak into like making breakfast because she's getting ready to perform her sinning spell. She's like going over the exact precise wording because she's got 25 words to work with.
And I guess I make the special food gem conjure up sort of a light breakfast of kind of a continental breakfast of little bread things and pastries, maybe some hard-boiled eggs, and maybe there's even a little small cauldron of oatmeal and some brown sugar, ready for whoever wants to eat.
So like little poo poo platter.
Sure, poo-poo.
Have you never heard that term?
No, I've heard it. I just think it's funny. It seems like kind of an East Coast thing, but
Hunans serves a poo poo platter.
they have a poop. They have a poo-poo.
They have a poo poo. An assortment of foods. It's like a charcuterie board, but more hearty.
Oh, okay, a
Oh.
little bit
They
of
follow.
everything.
Hello. Thank you for the follow, Sad. Welcome in. Hello, hello.
Like you could sit down and have the poo poo platter be your meal and not just an appetizer.
I see, right. So that's kind of what, yeah, that's sort of where we're at with breakfast, I think.
Holy crap. That alert is loud. Uh,
So
Who all
Kozik
is
is chowing down.
partaking?
He's
Yeah.
Who all's partaking in the poo poo?
Oh, Zed's
Opal
Zed's
doesn't
definitely
need to
walking
eat.
over and seeing all these things, and it's probably he's probably had like these things individually from time to time, but just seeing the spread of all of these just nice little kind of appetizer slash maybe hors d'oeuvre style foods, he's just chowing down.
right. There's sort of a jam-filled sort of puff pastry that Kozik is shoving into his mouth. There's maybe a sort of a what do you call it? An urn or some sort of a thing full of if coffee is known in this realm, maybe it's some sort of coffee or some sort of chicory, a hearty hot beverage.
Oh, this hits the spot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. Yeah.
9, 10, 11, 13, 14.
I imagine in the corner nearby is just off, like writing her message on a piece of paper, like
She has a
counting the words.
notebook. It's her
Yeah.
shit talking book.
It's her burn book.
Yeah.
So with this, poo poo platter out, you would see a very curious skeletal cat. Like the top of Mitten's head, just like peering over the top, and like a little skeletal paw slowly inching towards like a piece of meat or something.
Opal would grab a piece of meat and like move it closer to him very slowly.
And you know how cats be. Just gotta paw it over.
It's like, do you want it or not, cat? Come on. You were creeping up on it. Now you won't take it from me? Ugh.
And then Mittens eats it, and it falls right through Mittens.
We'd love to see it.
I'm like, well, there's no reason that I really couldn't eat that. But I do pick up the little morsel and I sort of fling it into the bushes. I'm like, there's something, I just have a prejudice again.
The 5-second
Alright.
rule.
Got our message. The first one sent, at least. I am shamelessly going to just use the free one blessedly given to me.
How would Tio respond to that? Tio, your cabin was invaded by a psionic aberrant being.
Well, I
Small
see. I
blue
guess I
glowing orb wanted.
see
I haven't saw it.
Niavara
Strange
sweating
events
and
happening to
vibrating,
party
and
as
I'm like,
well.
oh, she's transmitting her message right now.
Oh, she would just like fetch into her little, you know how like, most spellcasters, you included, probably have like a tiny little bag of components.
Of course.
And Niavara's bag is a tiny little thing of copper wire. That is the major component to sending. Actually, don't artificers have it too? I would be shocked.
Sending? Let me
Yeah,
check my
it's a
spells.
3rd level spell.
I don't even have access to 3rd level spells yet, bestie.
Oh no!
Even at level
Art-
7, I have 3 2nd level. I need to actually do the long rest thing.
Yeah, artificers are half casters.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
But
I-
maybe you could devise a sort of mystic radio or something, and then we'd be all good.
That honestly would Tio Moonblade take one of those if it was constructed by me?
Could you maybe put one of those in Kozik's special helmet so that he can just
Oh, that's a
not
smart
only listen but
idea.
also just send messages?
I'm worried about damaging the helmet. If I damage it too thoroughly, it might lose its magical capabilities.
Mm,
Oh, what about the beer helmet?
You
Let's see.
really want that beer helmet made, don't you?
No, I fixed it for sorry.
Ah,
What if we very irresponsibly use the beer helmet for a sending device?
you have to take a sip out of the beer helmet.
You
use
have
it.
to be
Okay,
it's
okay.
got to work somehow,
That's 9
right?
words.
that's not a terrible idea.
That's 11 words.
Anyway. That's probably going to take time.
I got lots of room for more
I
words.
do
Okay.
like the original idea of adding something to his helmet to make us all able to hear things we shouldn't be able to hear. Or listen to, or understand. There we go. In the future, when I have time. Is Neovarus sending out the message to Tio?
Yeah, she sent it. I felt like that's a good summation of things.
Let's see. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 34, 18.
Well, Opal, do you have a
7 more
reading on
words.
where we, what direction we might travel in today?
If I recall correctly, the town was directly on the kind of directly on the path. Hey DM, could you hit us with where we currently are in reference to the town and Chronos? Or
Give me a second. I am counting words
Okay.
out.
of course.
7 more words.
It really is a bitch.
Tio could probably do 30. She has 95, right?
Yeah, I can at least pull you to the world map so you have an idea. While I do this. Pull, pull.
Thank you.
3, 8, 10, 11, 20, 21, 22. That's as close as I'm gonna get. Boop. And I will get this to here. Boop. Is that the right person?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
You.
So if you
So-
recall, each hex was about 4 to 5 days worth of travel.
And we were in this one last time.
Yep. So you're on your second day in this hex.
Uh, we
So
are
let me
still
update
heading
that.
We're still heading eastbound.
Okay, let me update
Hey,
this.
party, do we have anything from Tio's house?
I don't.
Two things Neovara does. She's actually going to fully shape change into her little drow self. Her hair is down now, like she's doing a fake little braid now instead of having it up in a tight little updo. And then secondly, she's going to fish through her things, through her little button bag, and go, aha! But yeah, she actually did steal a button from Tio all those ages ago.
Ah,
She's also gonna put the orb in the button bag. So, like, all those things. And then she brings back out her book. And she's like, I'm gonna try again. She said as I was hard to see.
So what are you trying to do?
She's doing another sending now that she's placed item familiar to her on ground. Or miraculously, she's going to start the casting of another sending.
Okay. Charges or at least want to understand. Since target's different. And it can answer. Okay. Yeah. Have to double check. Yeah, they can answer. Let me check one other thing here. Okay. So yeah, while Neovar's doing that, you guys seem like you're packing up your stuffs, packing up the camp, getting everything ready to go. Because it's quite a bit of a trek to get to where you're trying to go.
Yes. Survival roll. I'm assuming.
Yep.
Veldrin, would you wish to assist with this?
Yes. Do I just do a survival roll?
You just say you aid them, and they just get advantage.
Yeah. 19. Thank you, Veldrin.
I guess the question is, how are you going about aiding? As you're making your way through somewhat treacherous forest land.
Probably read about it in a book. And he's like giving advice.
Also, Neovar, you can give me a quick little Arcana. That's good. So a 17. You can you kind of gathered through Teal's response that she's particularly just through understanding how scrying works and how what she's trying to do, you can determine that she pretty much just needs you to put something that she is familiar with or has seen, but like put it on the ground away from you.
Oh. Like she doesn't need to do the second scrying? Or second sending? Like I said, she put down the bag of buttons.
Bitch, I didn't see it. Where is it?
I didn't actually put it down because I don't think I have a token for it.
Basically, you just are able to ascertain she needs to know what object you're placing down that she might be familiar with so that she can do the thing.
Oh, that's why. Do the thing. Rather than say, with horrifying eye with mouth and teeth, look for my buttons.
That's enough information she can derive.
I stole one from you.
All right. And I guess the response would be as you guys are along the trail.
We're on the way.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I still have plenty more words. She doesn't need any more than that. Makes the point.
Okay. Neovara picks up her buttons. She's like, all right, awesome. Tia says she's coming. Expect her shortly.
Oh.
Do you give it a minute before picking the buttons up?
Oh yeah, she would, assuming that like she's having to scry.
All right. All right. So, so you guys come to like a brief stop from the traveling.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Let me get Tio's token. Tio Moonblade TIO. Tamara. Tio. There she is.
Uh-oh.
So, So it doesn't really take that long, maybe like 10 to 20-ish minutes before you start to notice the ground in front of you start to swirl, almost turning into like a pool of mud, and then it starts to swirl into like a vortex and then a whirlpool. And then it just separates, just making like this hole in the ground, as it were. And where this hole once was is like a staircase that seems to be leading up. And from it, a very familiar looking woman. Yo. Artwork. Players. As stunningly terrifying as she always is, as is her default state posture, with that very large serpent just perpetually in tow.
All right, Miss Moonblade.
Yes.
Welcome back, I should say, or so. As I had said in my message, ma'am, um, we had just come across a town named
Oh.
Mise. It has long since met its demise, if I might say. Um, because
joking about the death of innocence is funny.
I don't even think they're necessarily dead, I should just say. Which I think might be worse.
Oh, infinitely.
The entire town is laden with a horrible aura of psionic energy, which I had not ever come across, like, before then. And then, not only did we encounter one of the tentacles, but it had help. While we were also inside the building, we might have foolishly decided to try and investigate, to try and rescue some people. Did not work out in our favor. It led us into a sort of a labyrinth where the end point of it was a memory of your home. We went to your home in that memory, and inside, once we had entered it, eyeball with teeth formed. And it said that it had gotten exactly what it wanted. I had thought it was just looking for this, and she holds up the glowing blue orb, which was in the memory, and I could take out from it.
Hmm.
My friend Zedrin over there is experiencing some sort of. How would you describe it, Zed?
Well, I forgot to ask. Is after the long rest, everything still the same?
It's lessened.
Okay.
Imagine you've like the pain that's equivalent to like you've pulled a muscle. So it's not painful, but it's like it's noticeable, it's there. Kind of like maybe a bit of that tenderness or weakness that comes with trying to recover from a pulled muscle.
So yeah, he'll start to describe that. I probably saying like describing the entity, I guess, that we fought as best as possible, but so it reached his hand inside my chest, and yeah, it felt like it was wrenching my insides, and then it disappeared eventually, but it didn't. That feeling didn't go away. It's been subsiding now. It's just kind of maybe a bit sore, but I don't know what that was.
Is that the only thing that's been going on?
No. And Neovar will actually go over to Veldrin. She's going to lift up his now human arm and say, "This is had previously been completely made out of skeletonized." And she gestures it over. It
How is
started
it
regrowing
looking?
flesh.
How is it looking now?
Just a little bit more fleshy.
Okay.
It started regrowing flesh.
Anything else you want to inform me of?
Was there anything else particularly strange about that whole place? Oh,
It keeps getting cold, oddly, especially when weird shit happens.
yeah. There was that dark entity that was haunting the place. And then Neovar sort of points. It's gonna be like roughly an hour, 20 minutes down that road. But like whatever it was like to hunt people while it was alone. Obviously, you're probably more powerful than us singularly, but also I don't want to mess with it. Also, the house was dissolving back into flesh.
Oh. You're certainly catching my attention with this pieces of information. And she's quirked a brow at the mention of the house melting.
Yes. It certainly was very a strange place. Oh yeah, underneath in the basement, right? It might have just been the latent psionic energies, of course. But it was recreating places that we had already been, including one location in the Underdark, and then later, of course, your forest.
I take it everything was physicalized, interactable.
It was, but it was not perfectly as we had left it. The trees that we had cut down were as though we had never touched them. And she holds up the orb again, I was able to take things from the memory.
Ah. Well, it would seem, all things considered, this entity has become quite the nuisance, although very fascinating. And then she gracefully slash. I mean, just in how she moves is probably a little bit intimidating. But she strides up to Zed. Well, how about we take a look at you first, then? And she slowly raises her hand and, kind of like putting her index finger on Zed's chin, just kind of, moving his face left and right, getting a good look at him. Like you have never been this close to Tio before, and there's just this aura about her that is, I guess the one way to put it would be she has serious Dami Mommy vibes.
Yeah, Zed did always stand like opposite end of the room and hardly said much. And I'm picturing, like you're saying, just kind of moving his face around, and his eyes are just kind of like locked on her and just wondering, but he's just going with everything.
And you said it stuck its hand in your torso.
Yeah, about right here. And he doesn't really look down or anything, but he just points with his left hand.
Without words, without gestures. You see her eyes glow for just a brief moment. Just, I mean, they kind of already do in a sense, just looking at them, but there's like a deeper light beneath it. Oh. Well, isn't that fascinating? You, sir, are a fascinating specimen. You sure you don't want me to experiment on you?
No experimenting, but like, do you know what he is?
I think I know of his ailment. From what you describe, yes.
Yes, yes. The ailment would obviously be very helpful because I don't want my friend to be hurting. But like, what is he? Obviously, you've figured out that he's a very strange thing. Not human, not undead, not fey, not aberrant.
There's
Not
there's like this smirk that crosses her lips as she just, release. Not, I mean, she wasn't really holding Zed's face, but removes her hand from his chin.
I was gonna say, just to add maybe something. Um, I'm kind of assuming that uh, maybe everyone is slightly behind Zed, and uh, like maybe as Tio uh, sauntered or slithered up. I don't know. Everyone kind of took a step back, and she had maybe just kind of had his chin and was looking around. And I feel like it'd be interesting if, like, every time maybe she looked like straight on at him, almost like a reflection in his eyes. It his iris just goes like pure white. His eyes are normally blue, but it's like maybe she's seeing something, some sort of reflective something reflecting maybe in his eye.
And also, something I should have had you guys do, but I spaced on it for a second. Just looking at people's passive perceptions. 17. 19. Okay. Got some pretty good passive perceptions in here. Okay, yeah. So I'd probably say like Zed, Niavara, and Veldrin just. Yeah, you're somewhat close enough. You have high enough passive perceptions. When Tio's like the little whirlpool formed, you would have seen little one sneeze. It was a little sneeze, actually, very lightly. So she's looking at Zed. Well, fractured souls such as he, in a state of limbo, of course there wouldn't be any of those things. I'll give you that bit of information. And Veldrin's dancing. However, the real question is what fractured, where, when, and why. Now that's the mystery that I am curious about. Have you learned anything new of yourself since last we spoke?
Uh, bit, yeah. Not sure if it's more or less. introspective sort of things. Like I'm learning about myself, but not really like from anyone else.
And what have you learned? The more information that I have, the more I may be of assistance to you.
Um, I'm kind of a dad now.
Kind of.
And speaking of, I mentioned that it got cold just randomly recently, and every time it seems like the temperature drops, the little one here sneezes, and we were trying to just make sure they're all right, but um,
Um, in the sort of category of dubiously gained information, we learned that you, Zedrin, have a deeply fractured soul that got sort of torn across time and space. And I personally think that you were, you know, on a ship out in the fuck, what's the name for that plane?
the astral plane.
Yeah, the astral plane. I'm pulling up wild space because I'm on Star Wars brain rot. What can I do?
Well, that's also a thing, possibly too. Yeah. Um, I also woke up with a stomach ache 2 days ago.
Mhm.
If we're just being honest about everything, right?
Very interesting. I'll take note of all of this information and do some proper research. Assuming I have properly quarantined my household.
Hmm. How wise.
Do you know anyone? I'm not sure if we asked you this, but you commune with folks in the Feywild.
She thinks for a moment. And then she just kind of, yeah, she does a little like throw her hands to her side in a shrug. I seem to communicate with a lot of people.
That is that a yes? I don't know. Who knows?
It's a Tio Moonblade typical answer.
It's an insight check.
Thanks, Ed.
It's a she don't know.
uh, uh, does the name Miriam ring a bell?
Miriam, Miriam, Miriam. She thinks for a moment. I mean, the same person that you were talking about before?
Yeah. Do you ever speak to her or heard from her recently?
No.
And what am I supposed to do with this? And just without even a moment's pause, Zed's gonna pull the obsidian key from tucked into his shirt. That's on the sort of like cordage that I guess he had, and he's just gonna hold it up because the last time we were here, Cha had this, and apparently it was like a quest of his, and so this is Zed being like, "Yeah, by the way, what's this for?"
Clearly, it's a key, so clearly it must unlock something.
I'm
Why'd
pretty
you
sure
make a key for no reason?
you said that last time. Am I supposed to know?
Do you know?
I don't, but I'm holding it for some reason.
Well, if you don't know, then clearly you're not supposed to know. And then she sort of looks over to Niavara.
Hmm.
And probably to like, no, I don't think Niavara has anything religious out right now. So so you're still holding this key up, like dangling it there. May I? And the serpent looks at you with as menacing of a glare as she has.
Like Zed obviously notices the serpent, but he's just staring at Tio. If I'm being honest, I'm a bit reluctant to acquiesce in our request. You see, like my best mate was holding on to this for a reason, and
And the Saurian is
now I've
a
got it.
homebrew warforged that I came
I
up
don't know
with.
what it's for. I'll be honest with you there, but letting it go, you know, it's not on the top of my priorities. It's not to say I don't trust you, but again, if you're not able to tell me what it's for, then maybe I got to find that out.
Well, how am I supposed to help you figure this out if I'm unable to inspect it?
Hadn't you had a look at it before when you and Chaw spoke about it? It seemed like you knew he had it, and
He was very
that at
guarded
least
with it, after all.
he had. Well, right, but like you knew he had some sort of purpose with it. And again, it's if he was guarded with it, I kind of feel like I got to be the same. No offense.
Her smirk widens. Very wise. Respectable. Caution does keep one alive. However, risk can broaden your horizons.
I'm not averse to risk. However, there's
Not,
very few things that I'm not willing to put up for chance. And as Zed says that, he just kind of takes a glance around at everyone standing around, just from Beldrin to Niavara to Kozik to Opal to Sari.
not much
and
of a
then
gambler, are you?
From what I've heard of it, gamble.
He kind of looks down a bit. I've been told that I should refrain.
Very well. She just shrugs. You're no fun. Could have been interesting.
You are still quite the enigma to me. Experiment living organism.
That's the type of person
I
Tio is.
can't see the
Zed's gonna pause for a moment after hearing all of this and like almost getting baited into gambling, and He's got he had the key just kind of like dangling on the necklace, and now he's more or less just kind of got it clutched in his hand. Um, he's gonna glance around. I'm gonna do another inside check, but this is just more or less for the group. Uh,
There's so much. There's this
with a
the
5.
the tensity in the air is just it's palpable. You could cut the tension right now with a butter knife.
He's gonna rip the cordage off. It's gonna snap on the back of his neck, and he's gonna slowly reach his closed fist with the key out towards Tio. He's gonna look at Tio very, seriously. I know it probably don't make a difference to you, but if I trust you and this goes south, I'm not just gonna let it go. He's just gonna open his hand and extend the key.
That you won't have to worry about. And you see the snake, like she doesn't move at all, but the snake quickly unravels from around her and goes to envelop the key, but it does something else. It's almost like in the sense it imagine it almost being like an illusion, but it's not. But it goes through your hand as if bypassing and then directly into your torso. And you can give me a quick little constitution save. Okay, so 12. So you definitely feel that pain in your chest again, but it now feels like it's moving. As everybody can see this giant snake's like head just burrowed into Zed's torso.
Mm-hmm.
Zed just kind of starts to writhe a little bit as he's getting this sensation.
Does anybody act on this or see what happens? Just checking.
Feldrin would kind of clutch his hand a little closer to his chest because he's like, if that's what I'm going through, I have to mentally prepare.
All right, so if nobody does anything, it takes probably, a good 15, 20 seconds, and it just kind of feels like something jostling around. But then the serpent retracts from Zed's torso and away from the key in your hand. The key's still in your hand, by the way. But now, in your hand, well, I'll say it's in its mouth, and it drops a tiny little, what looks like a dark, jagged piece of something. It's got a little bit of blood on it. But there's no like open wound. There's no like hole in your chest. You didn't get Kali mod. And there's like maybe like a little bit of blood dripping from this serpent's mouth as it just moves up to Tio's face, holding this tiny shard of something. It would seem your source of pain has been solved. Oh, welcome. And it drops the shard in your hand next to the key.
So as soon as it hits his palm, he'll just kind of clutch both of them, and I guess he's not feeling any of that same, feeling inside anymore?
Nope. I mean the residual of it, but
Of course, yeah, the immediacy, but
the equivalent
the
of like an infected tooth that just got pulled. Like it hurt way
so
worse when it was in there.
so yeah, it's probably sensitive, but still there's a feeling of relief. Um, and at this point, he's gonna just kind of like look down. He's got his fist clenched around this key and this shard, and I guess everyone saw this, but he's going to because the this sort of cordage that he had with it being a necklace for the key broke. He's gonna stuff both of these into like a chest pocket on the inside of his coat, and probably take a deep breath because feels like he can actually breathe a little bit again.
I have a sneaking suspicion that whatever entity you interacted with was trying to do just that. But of course, as you describe it, it does not have nearly the experience or the discipline as I do. You're welcome.
Kind of has like a Zed kind of like clears his throat and has like a one of those cartoon-esque like large gulps, just like uh uh yeah, thank thank you. Do you know what's going on with Veldrin?
No, I mean, if he were to come over here, then perhaps I can take a look.
Veldrin would hold his hand out for her to look at.
So you move up to her?
Yeah.
Well, well, let's see what we have here. I'm no doctor. You do understand this, correct?
The person that put my hand together in the first place was not a doctor either.
That definitely intrigues her. She quirks a brow. So, I feel there's things that have happened since last we met. Go on.
When we went into the cave, like the one in the Underdark, my hand started to do this. And the last time we did that, it did this as well.
Aberrant behavior in the arcane. Now that is definitely my field of study. And so you hold your hand up, and she takes it, and she looks at it. She like takes your hand and turns it over, turns it back, gives it a good look-see, and then like looks you dead in the eyes with with her very, you know, with a very Tio stare, almost soul piercing, honestly. Weren't
You know,
you?
I bet Tio's like used to people looking away when she looks at them like that. But Veldrin would hold the gaze.
So, what changed since last?
A lot.
Well, dear, I have plenty of time.
You don't need to know those details.
Sorry, say again. The weather very loud.
She doesn't need to know those details.
Guarded secrets. This I admire as well. And she continues to move Belgian's hand around. And as she's investigating it, she also chimes in. Well, the more your quote unquote doctor knows, the more information they have to see if they can solve your little problem. But I won't pry.
What is necessary?
Well, clearly, this is aberrant behavior in the arcane. So something has changed, otherwise you wouldn't be presenting this. Which is why I'm curious as to what was before. If your hand was skeletal, and now it's not, what have you been sticking your hand in, or body in, or anything that has drastically changed that could assist in narrowing down your ailment?
I had to work with the Fae.
Ah. And as soon as you say, like, having work with Faye, it's like the lights all come on. It's like, ah. So you made a deal in the Feywild, did you?
It was what I had to do.
As do many think that in the Feywild. Otherwise they wouldn't make the deals. Ah, all right. And I suppose the real question is, what is it you wish to know of this ailment?
Do I need to be worried about it?
No. I mean, unless you wish to not have a fully functional and fleshy appendage.
Do you know why it's happening?
Fey magic is very powerful, very potent. And yet to some degree, it lacks structure. But the chaos of it is intriguing. In a location where there's so much arcane potency and you make a deal, it has the power to change you. Now, you have not informed me of the exact details of the deal, but I could only assume it has something to do with your physical being, the flow of the arcane throughout your body, a shifting of tides, a wilting of the old, and growth of anew?
Yes. But I didn't specify that this was one of the things that I wanted.
Oh, she lets out a hearty like chortle. As is often the case when making deals with the denizens of the Fae. When you sign a contract, you must always read the fine print. There's always something that they're gonna try and get the upper hand in. See what I did there? As she releases your hand.
Can you tell if anything else is going to manifest?
And then she looks, she like eyes like you up and down, just taking a look see. I'd imagine you probably wouldn't be allergic to pollen anymore. If you were before. I don't sense any other aberrant behavior. At least not currently.
So I'm fine.
As far as somebody who is not trained to be a registered doctor would be able to tell you, yes?
That's good enough.
And then she'll look to Neovar, who's standing right there. So, you have an orb, very akin to the one within my hovel. Ah. So what do you plan to do with said orb? As she's looking at Neovara, who may or may not be AFK right now.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Neovara is asleep. I
Probably.
think Neovara might be asleep.
It's been a
There's-
rough couple days, man.
yeah, she was. Knew it.
I mean, we're about to wrap up, just getting everybody.
What do you
Sorry.
plan to do with ball? Orb, sorry.
Ponder it, obviously.
Sorry, you can go ahead, DM.
No, Teal's just asking what she plans to do with it. She has one.
Oh. So wait, you still have one at your place. This one is reflecting what was going on in your location. Like
Mhm.
it showed your cabin as they invaded it.
Yes, and they were quite the nuisance.
Did you kill them?
She doesn't answer.
She did use
Ominous.
the word quarantined earlier.
Hmm.
I do love experiment and knowledge. What can I say?
Fitting. Well, I mean, it's yours, but if you don't want it, what is it?
That's a good question. That's exactly what I was planning to research.
Clearly some sort of scrying element if it's able to see perfectly into your cabin, but that's with the addition of the second one.
Then who's to say they're not scrying on you right now?
No, who would scry on me? I'm hardly a very interesting person.
But you have interesting things.
Such as my knife. You can get free knives everywhere.
Sure, yes. But whatever the case may be, you are very difficult to track down, so whatever's happened since some time ago, something's changed. Well, except for you. And then she turns to Veldrin.
What do you mean?
I see you bright as day.
And Niavara?
Was unable to detect her. It's quite interesting,
Oh.
really.
Could it be that it's picking up the other part of me, I guess? I have no idea what the other part of, like, the twin goes by. She could go by Niavara.
Well, I can give you this small bit of information. None of you register except for him. And then she just tilts her head over to Veldrin.
What do I register as?
Well, you're detectable.
Oh, but none of us are. Oh! What else would we all share? But Niavari didn't ever actually put hers on. She's just sort of carrying around Lady Miriam's little sigil. Could that be it?
You say that to Theo.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's this sigil you speak of?
Nivar, like I said, she never put on the badge or like associated it with because like she doesn't want it. So she hands it over freely to Lady Tio.
You see your eyes flash for a moment. Yes, that would be it.
The gift of an archfey.
An archfey that seems to want you all to not be tracked very easily.
Tracked by what?
Well,
By
we were
what? By who? By nefarious entities such as witches in the forests with snake familiars in cabins of their own.
specifically probably the entity that was hunting Zedrin down. We were going to her for aid about that problem.
And what did you trade for such a thing? Archfays are not ones to just do favors.
That's a great thing. Why do you think I'd ever put it on me? In actuality, she was an archfey that was trying not to be an archfey in the way that you and I probably think of one. She was trying to start like a tertiary court, one might say. I didn't
It's-
trust her.
To some degree, I guess I could respect that. And she takes a step back and, does the hands in front of herself. I'm not exactly a normal sorceress either.
Hmm. She places Lady Miriam's sigil back in her bag, and she's like, "Well, I believe that has to be. If that's it, then that would probably explain it. Meaning, if I just remove it from myself next time, like remove it from my person, you should be able to have an easier time finding me next time."
That or having him with you.
Oh, well. True. Oh. But
If
do I?
you can't track them, what else can't track them?
Probably someone or something that could potentially be more dangerous than me.
Could it be Mother?
Oh. I mean, she takes back out the badge. I'm not using it because I didn't want to put it on me. Because I don't like the idea of I don't know. She offers it up to Veldrin. If it makes you immune to scrying,
Will always be short one.
oh, we can go back.
But
After all, it was
I would like to hear from Theo. Could it be Mother?
Sorry, say again. It is very windy outside.
Could Mother be able to find where they are because of him?
If your mother knew who she's looking for and you didn't have a means of obscuring yourself, yes.
So I've just led her to us.
Assuming she's been scrying you this entire time, which is very rare. Scrying, it's very difficult to be able to keep an eye on somebody for prolonged periods of time.
But as a possibility.
Well, anything's possible. But if you're concerned with somebody tracking you, you specifically, then that medallion, whatever, would ensure that that does not happen. I'd imagine this woman you speak of only knows of yourself and any other kin or people that they have specifically met. That's how scrying typically works.
Leovara,
Mhm. Yeah?
you didn't wear it too.
No, I've not been wearing it. But the passive effects of it clearly have been working because Tio couldn't spry me. And it was just in my bag.
I don't want to give anything else to the Fae. But I don't want Mother to find us.
Well, she holds out the badge. You don't have to wear it. I can change what my face looks like. You can't. So she pushes it into his hands.
He takes it and puts it into his bag, assuming that that would do enough. Can you see Niavara now? Or is she still obscured?
Oh, she's very much visible currently.
There we go. Oh man, if this means that. Oh. Well, it'll be interesting. But you're safe. That's what matters.
And you're not.
Who cares?
I do.
Quite a few people, actually.
The Traveler protects me.
Haven't you described all of your gods as tricksters of some sort?
No. Just him, actually. I think the other ones might take offense to that description.
You think?
No. Yeah. Most of them are not just tricksters in any sense. Eladra, well, I guess I worship, but like not to the same degree. And the Traveler, both are.
So a good majority of them. Sorry.
There are 16 of them.
So a good portion of them. Sorry.
Actually, no, I'm getting my math wrong. No, I was right. There were 16 of them. 2 out of 16 is not a good majority of them.
That is 1/8.
Okay, that's tiny.
1 out of 8 people being a trickster is still concerning.
No, it's not. That's like saying 2 out of 6 of your party are drow. That's concerning.
No. Why did you bring species, races
Okay,
into this?
okay. 1 out of 6 of your whole party are also tricksters. What are you gonna do about that?
Be
I am
very
actually a
careful with who I
trickster,
trust.
by the way.
Hmm?
So
Zed, I think you have too many health, soul complications to be a trickster at the moment.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna count that back. 2 out of 6 of your party are tricksters. Is that concerning, Opal?
No, I've gotten used to your antics.
Exactly. Point taken.
And Cha's not here.
The host takes it.
That's because I know you.
Secondly, and she taps her finger again. The whole point of scrying is to keep an eye on someone. It's far harder to keep an eye on someone and actively track them.
Very fair.
Tio, and she points, is an exception. Mother is no great sorceress. I don't think. Neither is the woman that shares my face. Willing to bet you that she's also a woman who appreciates a short dagger in the back. And we'll be getting mine soon. When she flips her knife around. But I guess if you don't know what this orb is, and you still have yours, kind of like it. I haven't actually figured out what it is. I'll probably try.
Could be dangerous. Could be risky. Could be interesting.
If you'd like it back. She holds it up. No skin off my nose.
Well, if you're offering it. After all, you said the entity was after the other one, and how much fun. And she kind of smiles like this menacing smile. How much fun would it be to test the patience of eldritch horrors?
Oh, Shadow only knows.
Oh, it could be most interesting. After all, I've had many lifetimes to study. Now I actually get an opportunity to, well, have some fun with my research.
She turns to Zedran. You were also the one who's involved here. Do you think we should just let Tio have it? It's probably safer with her, isn't it?
Um, I guess.
I guess.
Party vote. Do we keep the orb or do we give her the orb?
Hmm.
I say give it over.
What are we going to use it for? Give it
Yeah,
over.
like what kind of utility would it serve?
Well, we don't know what it is. Neovar hands over the orb then.
And the second it touches Miss Moonblade's hand, you see like a faint shimmer around it, and it just kind of hovers a little bit in her hand, as if there's a force holding it in. Quarantine.
Well, be careful, Miss Moonblade.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Eldritch horrors are, after all, one of my specialties. At least in my younger years.
You want TR like that. Shadow blessed.
Well, there's that. But not everybody is born here. And she smirks. And then looks to Kozik and Opal. Any ailments for either of you for me to take into account? Perhaps study? Dissect?
No, I don't think so.
Oh. She pouts, but it's like it's not like an authentic pout. It's kind of like a oh.
I cross my arms in front of me.
Well, should you come across any other ailments, by all means, my quest for knowledge is boundless.
That's good to know. Thank you. Thank you, lady. And I do give a curt bow.
And she does in kind.
Oh, I'm flattered. Oh.
And with that, look, that's kind of a good stopping point. Don't even need to end on a cliffhanger, just a nice little stopping point. Also, because Sari wasn't here this time, so just in case Sari might have wanted to have some interaction with her, she'll still technically be in the scene. Inspiration.
Hmm.
My browser froze.
I think I'll vote for Veldrin for dealing with this
Hmm.
sort of weird,
Yeah.
like, a, uh, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I think I agree with Zed. Veldrin deserves this inspo.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think because we all kind of did this or that, but yeah, Veldrin's deal was pretty interesting. So
Okay.
Sounds like
Refreshing.
that has it, Vel.
All right.
Refreshing my browser. Everything crashed.
Got my
Yay.
little inspiration.
Inspiration.
Hooray! Good session, everybody.
Yes, good session.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
right, it
There was a
feels
lot of RP, like
yeah, it
a
feels
lot of
like we did
stuff.
character work in that one, or
Mhm.
tried to.
A
Yeah.
lot of RP. And honestly, I'm here for it. Combat is nice, but talking with gamers, that's better.
Yeah,
Getting
that was
to
fun.
actually explore our characters.
Niavara in the caves. What is that picture? Where did you get that from?
No comment. But no, it was fun.
It was very good. I liked it. Good
And like new
episode.
people talking with each other.
Oh my god, Opal and Vedran.
Opal Zed, Opal Vel.
Opal and Zed have talked plenty. It's Opal and Veldrin
Audio.
that was the new
There we go.
interaction.
And then Niavara and Kozik just chatting, chilling, not being mean at each other or sniping.
Yeah, yep.
One of the like unintentionally funny things that happened this session is when Kozik was like, "No, I don't want to spend time with Vel," and Veldrin was just kind of like, "Oh, okay." Veldrin has an 8 in charisma.
So that's where your dump stat is.
Yes.
You're as strong emotionally as Opal is physically.
All
Yeah,
right.
right. Kozik was like, I don't know if I want to share a shift with Niavara, and it's like, well, you could share one with Veldrin. It's like, yeah, I guess I'll go with Niavara.
What's worse than Niavara? Niavara's brother, who I don't know very well.
Who would you prefer to hang out with? Niavara or Niavara's brother? A great question.
All
I
right.
think Opal and Veldrin had a good interaction.
Opal was like, "What's it feel like to have a sibling?" And Veldrin's like, "I've never known what it felt like to not have a sibling."
You could have answered with anything and Opal would have believed you.
It actually feels like the fulfillment of the soul. You actually have all 9 of your chakras unlocked. Sorry.
No. Alex. Recording.
I'm about to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm gonna end stream.
Fuck!
I mean, like, Alex
Wait,
is not my
that
name.
name's not real.
It
You said it on stream
Deal.
before.
kind of.
All right, well, I'm gonna sign
No,
off.
don't say kind of. That's how you fucking.
All right. All right. So, anywho, I'm gonna wrap up there. Yeah. Anywho, So that was fun. Oh, hold on, let me do this. Oop. There we go. So we do this, pretty much every Tuesday, 7:30 Pacific. We started a little bit late tonight, but weather has been affecting some people more than others. Discord was having issues, so it is what it is. Tomorrow, 5:30 Pacific. 5:30 Pacific. Second campaign that I run. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Just the wrap ups are so out of order right now. My brain is woo. So yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching and lurking. I know this session went a little bit longer than usual, but there was a lot of character and party interaction to be had, which is why I didn't have a combat for it tonight. Plus them getting in contact with Tio was I guess that was kind of expected, but kind of unexpected how the method they used to contact her. I was like, But they just send a message, like a carrier pigeon or something. But they're just like, just contact her immediately. Oh, okay. She can get there real quick. So I think I did all the announcements. So yeah. Tomorrow 5:30. Hope to catch you there. For those of you who are watching on the Ubles Tubles, we do this on Twitch. Twitch TV/Cube222. And beyond that, I hope you all have a wonderful evening or morning. Probably morning for a lot of people. Or daytime. Who knows? Whatever it is for you. Hope to catch you again next time. And yeah, until next time, have yourself a wonderful time of day. So, bye.